Evening. That was supposed to be a bit more smooth than I suspect it was. Yep, it was definitely not as smooth as I was hoping. Oi. How are we doing? No, definitely haven't forgotten. No, just sort my life out. I am very full right now. I had not a particularly large dinner at all, but I did have some mince pies before. That might have had something to do with it. Yeah, I'm very full and you know, out of steam as a result. I've had a very productive, if somewhat busy day. I'm a little bit down on the energy and stuff today. Keeping up with things is a bit of a challenge. It's all good though. I did some challenges and stuff in Fallout, and my Fallout video went up. That was cool. I did some stuff around the house, and then I went into town and did some stuff and shopping and stuff. And I came back and nearly died, and just kind of collapsed in the heat for a bit. And then I got up and cooked dinner, and now here we are. So yeah. Bearing in mind, that was enough to keep me busy for most of the day anyway. Not used to this level of exercise. Walking around town and stuff. And shopping weighed a feck ton when I carried it home as well. Uphill all the way, of course. Well, what are you going to do, eh? So, what we're going to do is play some Starfield. Should be fun. I'm going to make that notification buzz off because it's annoying me. Still not quite happy with that. Is that better? No, that's not really, is it? Just some stuff. The monitor went for a little walk for some reason. I can't remember why. It's not quite where it should be. Still not where it should be, but a little bit better. I think. Not quite so up in my face anyway. Not sure why that monitor went for a walk. I know why that one went for a walk. That one went for a walk because there's now a sofa behind my desk. And I can kind of spin the monitor around some of these headphones and just kind of veg out and game if I want to use a controller down there. So I tried that out the other night. It went quite well. My initial thought was I'll sit up on the sofa and just kind of swing it out in front of me, but I was kind of like, trying to game, it was like, no. So I kind of readjusted a bit and then just sprawled out along the length of the sofa, and that worked great. So, yeah, that's a decent arrangement. But it does mean my monitors get knocked out of whack a little bit sometimes. Anyway, micro adjustments and obsessions notwithstanding. Yeah, yesterday we had fun. We did a couple of quests looking for some more artifacts. One of them was very, very standard in an ordinary outpost, and we went through an outpost and through a hole in the back of the outpost and found it in a hole in the ground. And the other one was in a research outpost, and they were conducting research on it whilst it was still in the ground. And it all went belly up and split alternate realities, and people in one alternate reality died and people in another alternate reality did not. And with a little help from Gray and giving us a little tip that it was possible to find a particular corpse with information on how to successfully merge both worlds without killing anybody, we saved the day, saved everybody who could possibly be saved, and now have to get our last artifact, which is a separate quest, on the moon at Lunar Robotics, or the remains of Lunar Robotics. There's a chunk of my nail missing there. Yeah, so we've got to head to Lunar Robotics and hunt through the remains of that company that is no longer based there, but was prior to humanities heading out to the stars. And see what we can find. It's where Vasco was built, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he reacts, if he does, to being taken there. Hope he's got some stuff to say. You wear a Charmander onesie at the place you volunteer at. Thinking, that seems like an excellent idea. Definitely be cosy enough anyway. Stayed in today due to the high winds and all. That's not an unwise decision, I have to say. My trip out was a little bit disturbed by the wind. It wasn't too bad. I got blown about a little bit, and my hood got blown off several times. That was slightly annoying. Other than that, that was fine. On the way back was kind of a non-issue. I don't think the weather was quite strong, and also I had a backpack full of stuff, and it was weighing me down, and I don't think it could have possibly blown me off course with all that weight in there. So, yeah, fun though. I mean, not fun, but yeah, productive trip. And got myself together and such. What's going on here? Lots of stuff that I'm not particularly bothered about. Okay. Wonderful. Right, I'll leave that there for now. Suddenly got a load of notifications while I was stuffing my face, apparently. Oof. Yeah, I am very full. How are we doing? Are you alright? Shall we? We'll go and explore. I think I need to get rid of some crap, don't I, before I do that? Because I was supposed to run around and sell some stuff off and empty my pockets and stuff in Starfield, and I didn't today because I didn't have time in the end. Well, I could have found the time, I suppose, but what little bit of time I could find, I ended up spending just kind of trying not to collapse in a heap. Well, or more or less collapsed in a heap, you know. Recovering from my excursion. So this slightly damaged corner of my nail is going to drive me up the wall. Oh, got it. Right. If by magic. Let's go. Yeah, we're still hanging out in Jemison, which is probably a good place to get rid of a bunch of stuff. I got rid of some here, didn't I? Vasco's still carrying stuff around or not? No, I don't think he is, because he wasn't on that last mission, was he? Selling bikes for Christmas. Yeah, the tracks, that definitely tracks. Kind of giving me a weird flashback then. Some 30-something years. Jesus. I was shopping today and picked up some adult beverages, as one does. And shop assistant was kind of eyeballing me to try and decide whether or not to ask me for ID, which was quite nice. It also reminded me that in less than a year it'll be 20 years since I was old enough to start buying booze, and I was like, okay, that's too long. 20 years is too long. I used to live right next to somewhere that sold bikes as well. Commercial districts. Playing in the background while you wrench on bikes and talk to people. Seems like a decent arrangement to me, house. Oh shit! I didn't get a notification to do that. Right. We need to figure out how the heck I get to the memorial service fast enough not to miss that. And I think the way to do that is a quick reload and then a fast travel, so we'll try it. I'm not very happy about that. I don't know if I can fast travel, actually, given I'm severely overburdened. I was also a little bit confused by Sarah being available for my for my crew, being as it's her funeral we're supposed to be attending. So that's what we're going to do. Show on map. I'm assuming it's the lodge. Okay. Right, so if I have no resources, but I might be able to chuck some, or let's chuck that on there. Starters. I'm still over encumbered by quite a lot. Right, I'm gonna chuck that on there for sure. Just chuck a whole bunch of stuff onto ship, which apparently that's everything I can chuck on there. That sucks. Suppose I can get over here and sell anything. No, there's no cash available there. That's problematic.
Need some work done?
New plan, maybe. Let's try that one. So my hope is this will give me time to get rid of some stuff and get over to the lodge fast enough to not have too much trouble. I hope. How's it going, Brad? You alright?
You are entering United Colonies space. Please maintain
Okay.
and prepare to be scanned. Scan complete. Go ahead.
Okay. So we're going to jump the gun a little bit. Jump straight to the lodge. And then we'll kind of redo the bit at the end of last time, and hopefully we won't have too much issue. So I did not intend to skip the memorial service, I know that. Okay. We're doing well, Brad.
I will now perform a system update. Complete.
Wonderful.
I thought maybe I would come up with something to say, but I've got nothing. So, instead, I thought I would quote something that gave me comfort a long time ago. Is God real? The more proper question would be, is reality divine? Existence itself is a mystery which yearns to be uncovered. What is goodness but a comparison to the good? What is existence but a participation in being? For where the diversity of the universe inspires awe and wonder, it exists only in contrast to a simplicity so pure that it may only be understood as primordial and even divine. Our essence is what was imagined by its mind, but what we consider imagining and what we consider mind are in fact so far beyond our understanding that even these metaphors are like the tiny whitecaps on a massive surging sea. There's more, but those are the parts that speak to me the most.
was really thoughtful, Mateo. Thank you.
It's
Does anyone
meaningless
else want to say
nonsense. Quite literally. That's supposed to be a piece of the eye in the background. I suppose it is. Interesting backlit painting there. Hello everyone, guess I should say something, but I don't know what. Thank you for coming. Sarah didn't die, she was murdered. This is true. Don't feel the need to kind of rant this one, but it's kind of true. Go with that one. Thank you for coming first. Let everybody down. I did not. Sharing the dangerous face button, everyone. Sharing the dangerous face button, anyone. Yeah, I think that's fair. One constellation share, she's best of minds because it saved her. If she was here, she tells us to keep going to the start, never rest until she's avenged. Well, this is true, but again, that's kind of my thing. The rest of them can do their thing. She was the best among us. It's for the rest of my life. I don't know how I'm going to live without her. Everything counted on the memory. When to stop until the starbomb pays for what he's done. Well, that's going to be the way of things, but not going to say that either. Must have for the rest of my life. That seems like a nice thing to say.
Thank you. If anyone else wants to say something.
Even Vasco's there at the back. Is he going to say something? Looks like he is.
I don't often speak about what I believe in. It seems so redundant with how I live. But death is one of those occasions where it's hard not to look inward. Our friend is gone. There's no afterlife or second meetings. No God in heaven that is curating a perfect ending for him. So it's up to us. We are what lives on. If the pain of loss inspires us to greater action, then that is the good that comes from it. Humanity is what truly creates our world. We are the ones that judge things to be good or evil, joyful or mournful. Let us take responsibility for it. Let us remember what we have lost.
Walter, are you part of the House of Enlightenment? I never knew that.
Yes, well, I like to keep some things private.
Given how free he is with his money, that's not really a shocking thing. The two align, for sure.
You all might not like thinking about this.
Matt
but
said
when we
hello.
die,
Oh.
everything
Hello, Matt.
about us breaks down, decomposes, gets eaten up by insects and microbes. Or due to the lack of a biosphere, we are simply carried away by space and time until we sizzle in a distant sun's corona or get pulled in some gravitational field and coalesce with other debris. Not comforting, huh? But I disagree. Do you know what I find uncomfortable? The thought that after I die, the universe is just going to stand still forever. Could you imagine? The fact is that the universe goes on, that life goes on, that things do not just sit still. That right there is the comfort that I need. Yeah, we die, and some people go way before they should. But the universe doesn't care. Not because it's evil, but because it's infinite, ever expanding. And who wouldn't want to be a part of infinity? Even if it's just for a short while. Listen, we don't worry about ourselves before we were born, do we? Of course not. We emerge from the universe as we return to it. And for
Makes a
one
certain amount of
beautiful
sense.
moment, we are here, together.
That certainly was an interesting perspective, Barrett.
To be the most scientific perspective of them all. And a good point, that. But he's kind of wandering off a bit.
Chat for a bit? Normally, I hate talking to people at funerals, but, well.
Yeah, let's chat.
You don't believe in the afterlife, do you? I mean, this might be the worst time to bring it up, but...
Enlightened. Yeah, enlightened.
You're a member of the House of Enlightenment? Funny. We've worked together all this time. And I never thought to ask. I suppose you might think I joined because it lets me off the moral conundrum of having a god count my credits when I die. But the truth is,
Oh,
I
really?
believe
I think that's
in
probably a
individual's
response to get out of the way,
place
though.
to make a difference. What is wealth if you can't do something with it? What is free will if we don't ultimately answer to ourselves? Well, I've
Semi
taken up
non-existent at that point. Interesting fellow. Oh,
I hope this is all okay. Between fixing things up and sending out messengers and getting all the paperwork done. It's not much.
it's fine. Could have done more to help. Not time for constructive criticism. You did all of that. When?
I haven't really been sleeping much.
I can imagine
I'm not
not.
having the best dreams right now.
Does look like she's gained a few years in the last day or two. It's fine, thank you.
Good. Sorry, if I talk any longer, I'm gonna start crying. Could you excuse me?
No. Oh, yeah, of course. I saw her briefly, but it makes sense for her to be here. Well, why not?
Ah, yes. I remember you. The wedding. I was so happy for both of you. I wish the circumstances of my visit were better.
Thank you for coming. I'm helping the circumstances. Sorry if the lodge is a mess. It's been through a lot. Thank you for coming. Yeah, thank you for coming.
Unfortunately, this isn't the first Constellation funeral I've been to. After 35 years, you say goodbye to a lot of friends. I hope you don't
Better
mind
audio,
me saying,
really.
but I feel numb just thinking about it. Sarah meant the world to me. She was the future. I knew it as soon as I met her.
You had the chair before, Sarah?
Oh, yes. I was Sebastian Banks's protege. If that gives you any idea of how long I was part of our little club.
Oh, well, what was Sarah like back then?
Exactly the same as when you met her, I bet. Determined. Fearless. With just a small hint of delight on her face when she knew she was winning, eh? My only problem as a mentor was trying to convince her to be more tactful. Those old military instincts would always get her in trouble.
Yeah.
Yes.
Evening, Stella.
It made me so angry. Or so happy. We used to joke that we were married. I bet relationships in Constellation are still messy, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
We're more of a family than an organization. All the former lines bleed together. It makes the losses sting harder. But I hope it means the time you had together was all the more important. That's how I like to think of it anyway.
You need to join Sebastian Banks?
Knew him, argued with him, tried to carry on his memory when he vanished. Sebastian will be back tomorrow, we always used to say. It reminded us that he was still here.
I forgot he vanished. No one knows what became of him.
This old building.
I wonder if the answer to that question is out there somewhere. Thank you very much, sir. What? Hmm. Vasquez's perspective might be interesting.
These types of gatherings are a sad occasion. That assumption appears to be correct.
Vasquez doesn't feel emotion, I don't think.
I don't. I'm programmed to analyze sensory and biometric data, so I can cross-reference. But I do not feel, as you seem to imply. I appreciate you verifying my analysis, although I am certain my thanks will do little to improve your current psychological trauma. If you would like, though, I can add some language to my programming.
I'm going to say yes just to hear about how bad this is going to be. That won't be necessary. Sure, console away.
It will take some time to adapt, but it will be okay. How was that?
Pretty much on the nose, actually, at the moment.
I will note that feedback for later.
No, she has not kicked me out. She definitely didn't do that. Looking at the back of Vasquez's frame there, which I haven't done before.
You know, what you're feeling right now is a chemical reaction whose evolutionary goal is promoting social cohesion. Never seems to work for me. No matter how many times I do this, I feel less attached, not more.
Did you go to Irvin's?
I don't remember. I'm sure I did. I thought when the funeral was over, when everyone went home that night, that it was over. Turns out, sometimes you need more than that.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
Well, look at us. Two lone wolves howling at the moon on the same night. You know, if there's one piece of advice I can actually give you, it's that lost loved ones have a way of coming back to you.
Yeah, that's some creepy ass
One day
advice.
you'll be sweeping out some old shelf or digging through a desk, and there it'll be. Some old paperweight of theirs. Or a piece of jewelry they gave you. Half jokingly. Theoretically, of course.
So the great scientist for the grave. Thanks, Barrett. Theoretically. I think about your own?
Nope. Not even for a moment.
Away behind, I think so.
To remind survivors that they aren't alone. The dead have already finished their part in our story.
Perhaps.
You're welcome.
Generally be nice. There you nutter.
It almost feels wrong to be grieving. Selfish. No amount of tears will bring the dead back.
Funerals more for the living now. I suppose that's quite okay to agree. Yeah, it's okay to agree.
It's just easier to feel guilty, if you'll excuse me.
Weird YouTube. That's possible. That would make sense. Well, no, it wouldn't make sense, but that's kind of the point, really, isn't it? Where did Androsia get to? I think she went upstairs, I guess. So no. Oh, it's Cora.
Hi.
Last person we talking to a kid about death, but here I am. You okay? See how Cora's doing.
And don't keep asking. I'm not gonna be, alright? Everything's worse now. Yeah, let's go with that one. I think that's the option. So many people here. So many people saying goodbye.
I just want to say goodbye.
It doesn't change anything. Everything's worse. Nothing's going to make that better.
You're not alone.
I just feel like I want to be a million light years away from everyone.
Half an hour or
I'll
so,
be
yeah,
alone
that sounds
for a
about right.
while, okay?
That is, yeah, quite a spanner in the works there. Not very helpful, Star. Well, there she is, in the bar. I like the way she thinks. Vasca clumping along in an almost creepy fashion. Sam, Blood, and Andresia are all hanging out in the bar. Still to Andresia. Early start today. I've had a long and fairly intense one as well. Not an early one, but definitely a full-on day.
I understand, but I cannot quite share in their emotion.
Interesting. How do you mean?
After the shock of what happened faded, I have felt nothing else. Just a numbness. That's mourning in her own way. I have seen death. I have lost people I considered close. But this is... it is not the same. I cannot explain why. I am not sure I am making sense.
Make perfect sense. No sense to be made of this. No, but you don't need to. No sense to be made of this. I think feels right to me.
Says otherwise.
Yes, well, your imaginary snake is not going to be particularly helpful.
Finding solace in that right now.
What the point? It's not even her imaginary snake. It's either the imaginary snake of another person, or their drug-addled hallucination, or their con. But either way. Sam?
Is it quieter in the lodge, or is it just me?
Keep brooding again. It's quieter.
Death is a bastard. Comes for us all. You know, there's an old Aquila story about two pioneers who got lost trying to find a new frontier to settle. One of them takes ill. Clear he's not gonna make it. He turns to his partner and says, "Don't bury me. Let the ground take what it's due. I'd rather be a ghost chasing after you than walk through the pearly gates knowing an eternity of loneliness until you get there." Sad story, huh?
Interesting take. And we could go a 3-star settler. Why not?
There isn't. You travel around so much it gets hard to remember what goes where. Suffice to say, it's a story somewhere, and it seems appropriate. Anyway, you look after yourself.
He liked me telling me he was talking shit. Okay, fair enough. Vladimir.
Pour one out to the Blackest Sea?
I'll take both my drink and the Blackest Sea, thank you. Pour one out, give me around to the void. I'll take both my drink and the Blackest Seeds, thank you.
Two old friends. May their ghosts go past the edges of space, to the great beyond.
Old friends. Well, not terribly surprised the ex-pirate's handling things better than most. So what we got? We've got that down there. Well, Sona's down there. Okay, fair enough. I wonder where she got to.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, that's going to be rough. Lost her parents. Sarah, primarily Sarah, emerges out of nowhere to help her out, take her off a planet she's been stuck on alone for a while. Starts to seem to be the basis of offering a home and is now gone. Yikes. Should be proud of you.
Yeah, I know. She said that to me like 1,000 times. It's just that I feel so alone. With Sarah, it was like starting a family again. The way she'd smile at me reminded me of my mom. I missed that so much. Now she's gone, and I have to start over, like I did before.
Yeah, not quite over. Rest of constellation, I think.
Not the same. Sarah was starting to feel like, well, like she was my new mom. I really don't want to go through this again. It's too hard.
Welcome to the sucky side of life.
Gone. It's not fair.
We'll go through this together.
Hey, thanks for talking to me. I'm actually feeling a little better knowing that you care how I feel. Maybe I'm not so alone after all.
Yeah. So, the last thing you do... talk to the memorial easel. Okay. I'm going to go with ending the moment of silence. Talking to a portrait's a bit weird. Although I do feel like after all this, I would have expected like slightly more traditional context of like, you know, her being buried or if she's going to be cremated or something. Wait, where's there no coffin? It's odd that there's no coffin. I think there would be one. Oh. And there we go.
Returning to assignment, Captain. Captain Leaf, greetings.
Yeah, it's still freaking me out a bit weirdly that supposedly Sarah is now available for my crew. On the eye. Well, we'll head up to there before long.
Captain Leaf, hello.
Follow me.
Yes, Captain.
Something very strange is occurring there. Yeah, there's another weird thing. If you've got kid stuff on the go, then your parents don't show up to your wedding, if you have one. Which I don't think they did. Like,
Yeah?
those two perks, the perk doesn't interact with that element. And you can't talk to them about it when your family member has died, your spouse or whatever. It's kind of strange.
I'm so behind on that work. When's the report?
I believe it would be wise to use that power only in open spaces.
I mean, there was technically a roof over my head, but this power just means I can keep running for a bit longer.
I could use the money. No way is it worth living in.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to live in Neon either. Tech, core kinetics, and I don't know what that one is. The radar, I suppose? But these are not core kinetics weapons, they are combat tech weapons. It's Laredo and allied armaments and combat tech. There's a mixed bag there. A mixed bag there as well.
I'm sure there's something. Only the finest collection of armaments in the settle.
Oh, excuse me. Make storm. Anyway, sell some stuff, don't I? Keeping that, getting rid of those. Any ammo that's useful for me? If only. I was going to hang on to that, but it just doesn't put out anything like enough damage, really, does it? 192 when my other one. Excuse me. Where is my other one? Did I accidentally... No, I didn't. I accidentally sold my weapon that I'm actually using at the moment. There it is, mag shot. Uses 40.43 magnetic induction.
You're here because I'm sure we can find some.
Those. Okay. Should be able to sell a few more bits. What? Okay. I mean, it's like 2 credits over, so we'll just sell the one thing and wriggle on somewhere else. Or I can hopefully sell a few bits. And then we'll head off and do the next mission when I'm actually not horrifically overburdened. Didn't think that was going to work properly for a minute there. Step off the train and there's a copper running past. You've got to wonder what's going on, really, haven't you? Base copper. Yeah. Oof. Tell you what, I'm a little worn out today.
Require multiple level. Welcome to UC. Yes.
So you don't need a spacesuit. Weird looking thing. The lime green is weird. That's horrific. Anyway. $4,000 for that. Crikey. Automatic shotgun pistol. One's bloodied, basically. Cornered, and that one's furious. Worth substantially less, that one. Pulse is worth 6 grand, Jesus. 1400. Is there anything? Gee, I can't actually sell anything, you know? Got 5 space seats apparently, and I can't sell those either. What? A few of those. I want that because I like the look of it. What? I'm keeping that because it's part of the fancy one. I can afford to sell anything at this point.
Back to it then.
Indeed.
I'm on text.
Picked up a lot of highly valuable stuff during that last mission last time, and it's proving difficult to get rid of.
I've met so many interesting people.
Having a hard time offloading.
Euro? I would never dream of selling some. Yes, by all means.
Right, so he's got 5 grand and all. Sell that and clean out most of what he's got. TT. Jeez. It's a constellation one. I want to keep that anyway. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Okay. Well, let's clean him out. Oh, we'll pop down to the well and get rid of what I can at the Trade Authority down there. Then we're going to have to detour elsewhere, I think, to be able to get rid of everything. Unless I choose to sort of sit around and wait, but I don't think that's an option I really want to go for.
Power has the potential to interrupt my internal processes.
Rather doubt it does, actually, Vasco. Space pop. How's it going, Trikey, eh? I don't think I've sold anything at Jemison Mercantile yet, have I?
If you don't see... Hope you're fine. Oh, please, take...
Slightly more cash over there. Interesting that the legendary one that I got is actually the least worthwhile. So nicely cleaned out, isn't it?
Thanks for shopping at Jemison Mercantile.
So much to see.
I cannot get over the way she says that. It's like so much forward projection on the way she says that. That pitch as well. It's like, ah! My brain!
Maybe if I try easy sleep tea. Although it probably has caffeine in it.
Sure. Okay.
Underwhelming response to the conversation point there, but...
So good. Nah, not a chance. It's amazing.
Oh, it's like two separate conversations going on, or two groups of people having one conversation on opposite sides. Like, it's a bit weird, that.
It's cliche, but it's true. Everything. Of course, of course.
Camera wigging out a little bit there. One thing sold and most of the cash cleared out. So we got something useful. Not really. What was the thing I was thinking about? 11mm caseless, probably, wasn't it? Buy some more of that. Can usually make use of that. I know tons of it, but I've also got a decent amount of cash already, so. A piece at a time, we're getting rid of the stuff I don't need. Mm-hmm. Okay, anything else in here I need to get rid of? Uh, 19. Fine. Cool.
Pleasure dealing with you.
Ever wonder how the Crimson Fleet
Still struggling with my carry weight from the look of it. We're back on the ship and try and find somewhere else to go and sell some stuff. I mean, I suppose Bianchi here has got anything particularly interesting on the go. Oh wait, there's actually one more person other than this guy I just thought of. How much cash has he got? Not enough. Probably not enough to buy anything that I own. Nope. Okay, is he going to go down my own? Now, can you afford anything I want to sell? Not there. No. You can afford that, which is something. I don't think there's anything else there I want to get rid of.
Watch your back out there.
Crikey. How doing, Grave? Yeah, that was the guy I was just remembering, actually. That'd be this fella.
It's a quaint shop, is it? Okay, then. Come on back.
His mouth got really wide when he was talking then. He's probably a wide-mouthed alien tree frog in disguise.
like you aren't funny. Stop it.
You've got a point there.
Thank you. I feel bad saying it, but it's not trend.
Satisfaction is all right.
Satisfaction guaranteed, but if you're not satisfied, we won't give you a refund. Acid Rain. Oh yeah, I remember this guy. He's got the coolest skin on any of the Grendels, but it's a basic model, so it's basically worthless. It's so annoying. I mean, the Grendel's basically worthless after a certain point anyway, and not too far up, which is a pity because it's really, really cool. Yeah, that is a cool skin. I'm looking forward to seeing when we get more skins added. I suspect mods will start adding skins. I'm surprised they haven't already, especially as the game supports it. Beowulf. Apparently the most popular guy in the game, the Beowulf. Which is interesting. Probably because people get far enough to use that and experience how good it is, but not far enough to get to the really good stuff. Or, you know, the majority of people don't. That's usually the way. How's his cash looking? Just over 5 grand. So he can buy that. Now I don't think I can sell him anything else unless he's got any good ammo. Shit. Oh well. Can't sell him anything else anyway, I don't think. No, it doesn't look like it can. Oh well, there must be something in here that I could sell a decent amount of. Works for me. Go! Right. So we're going to have to go elsewhere to find somewhere to get rid of some of the rest of my stuff, but we are making progress. That's good, got lost there. Beowulf to go to, did he get a hard target? Hard target is good. You get really good settings really good stats rather if you go automatic with a Beowulf as well. Make it quite the effective monster. Although I'm rocking this bad boy at the minute, and this is absolutely a fucking fool's up.
Let me know if you need something.
Not Phil Hill, no, not again. I mean, he's fine, he's just creepy as all hell. Pops up in a lot of places. But Raphael!
It's good to see you again. I was wondering if you were going to stop by. Thanks again for getting me back to New Atlantis.
The trimmed beard.
The viewport still makes their drinks just the way I remember.
But he recognised you.
I barely recognized myself either after
So we did this at the end last night, but I had to go a little bit further back.
I was last time I was in New
Atlantis.
As I'm still a little
otherwise I was going to miss the funeral.
Much better than the last time we met. And my engineering skills are no worse for wear. Have you given any more thought to taking me on as an engineer for your crew?
Up for a trip like this?
I think so. I want to be. I've felt so useless since I left Nishina, and I can't stand the thought of feeling like this forever. I think my only choice is to start over somewhere new, with a captain like yourself for company.
How's your engineering experience?
I have plenty. My engineering courses covered starship systems. You might find a use for me at one of your outposts, too. I maintained a lot of the facilities at Nishina on my own, since I was the most experienced engineer there. Just don't leave me alone anywhere too remote, all right? I don't know if that'd be good for me.
I can understand that for sure. Welcome aboard.
Are you serious? You'll really give me a chance? I wasn't expecting that. Thank you. I don't know what to say.
We had already discussed this, so I don't know why you wouldn't be expecting it, but...
You have my word that you won't regret this. I'll do my best to live up to your expectations, Captain. Really.
Nice. That was the major reason we initially came back, but it ended up having to get redone with the funeral, which I hadn't realised had crept up already. Right, we'll stop by Aquila on our way to Sol, I guess. Not terribly surprised that my pre-launch prediction ended up being right. Magnetic induction weapons are by far and away the best. Once you get there, it's kind of, why would you want to go back to a certain extent to anything else? Kind of saw that coming quite a long way off.
Now move freely about the cabin.
I don't know if I've been to Ptolemy system actually or not. Xion.
Welcome to Freestar Space. We're gonna do a quick scan for contraband, and you can be on your way.
Good. News article popped up that I assumed was going to be terrible, because when is it not? And it turned out to actually be a good thing. A bugger all to do with doing the right thing, of course, and everything to do with our hungry Tories, but, you know, this ended up in the right place, whether they wanted to or not. What can you do? Right. Ooh, frames took a little dive there. Doing quite well earlier on.
I get all. I want to do your business quick. The Rangers plan on dropping by for an order soon. How about I just show you instead of tell you?
Alright. Anything good? Black leather jumpsuit. Somehow not as good as some of the others. The Leyland one looks sort of like the prison one, though quite the same. Yeah, ammo. Does he have? He's got a lot of 50 MI. It doesn't seem to have any of the stuff that I actually need, though. Interestingly. Alright, nothing. Well, I can go actually. Otherwise, I think we're mostly good. Probably do want to think about reworking some of those weapons before long. He's got $4 grand left, so still can't afford what I need, I guess. Anything else I want to get rid of in here? Okay. Don't need a lot of this stuff. That. Okay, I thought I had some more books on me than I do, but that's fine. Cool. Let's pop over to the trade folks. Trade authority, and I should be able to clear out a fair bit more stuff. Spacesuits that I don't need primarily. It's a bit strange that this counter is so cluttered that you can't actually get at the guy. Well, why?
Local governments to find
If he was here,
beneficial arrangements.
or that was across, I could understand it, but...
You being here is curious. Not our usual sort of customer.
You want to say? Other than that?
What brings you to the trade authority? Huh. Down to business then.
Right. I should compare deep mining and deep core spacesuits at some point, just for when I eventually want to go with a build that sticks with it because it's cool. Anyway, have they got anything fun down here? No. Okay. Any ammo I can buy that's worth having? Again with the no, it would seem. Huh. Probably need. Cool. I think we're more or less good now. Nearly there. We're going to actually get stuck into some action in a minute. House of the Enlightened. Perfect. I thought she was wearing a helmet for a minute there randomly. It's not, it's just the back of her head. Very, very white hair.
Cool spacesuit.
Wearing one. I mean, I am, but you know. What spacesuit am I wearing? Oh yeah, that one. It is quite cool, isn't it? This is not where I live.
Feel free to read.
I got a little bit lost there. This is where I want to be. Ta-da! The house. Probably the place I will retire to. Assuming becoming Starborn's not too appealing. Go in there. Probably want to scale my ship. I can go in that. I could go in that. Yeah, of course it didn't. Oh, mad. I think. Your notes might be a good idea to stash. What about there, really? Nice, yeah. Poof, finally. Took some doing, didn't it? Every shop in New Atlantis that I could sell stuff to, and then the 2 big ones in Aquila as well. And a trip to my house.
You ever hear that one about the orphan and the platypus? Funny stuff.
Enhance is planning to open up 2 new branches to keep up with demand in the South System. After an astounding 10th year without a single reported accident, business has never been better.
Reported accident?
From your smile, to your hair, to your face, and more. A representative said, Enhance ensures you have the final choice on you.
You see any heat leeches? You got our permission to take care of it.
Oh, don't you worry. If I see any leeches, they are getting shotted. But I doubt we will.
Just keep your gun holstered.
What? It's solid, all right. I think we may have encountered a bug. There's my ship. A weird freaking bug. A really weird bug. It's not here from this side. But it is from this one. That's really weird. Odd shape too. Send that one off to Bethesda. Up and up and up we go. Oh well. Cool. Still apparently carrying a bit more weight than I really would like to be. Because I don't really need that for the moment. I think. You can go here. You can go here. Cool. Yeah, it's as good as we're getting, isn't it? Yeah. It does look at 85 things in the miscellaneous tab, which seems absurd, but most of them are keys. Of course they are. Well. Get out of here.
Ship's ready. Any stuff.
Off into the night sky.
Orbital insertion done. Time to dance among the stars.
So, interesting. I think we'll do that. There's an overgalactic research station. I thought it was something else. Maybe I misremembered. I guess I must have misremembered. Oh well, I'll change the title later. Right. Before I do that though, I'm going to bounce to the bathroom because I've drunk way too much of that juice way too quickly. So I shall be right back momentarily, and won't be long. That one. Roll time. Much better. Thank you. Very cool shifting gear sound, space gears, when
Jump complete.
grav drive engaged there, which was interesting.
No? Maybe later.
That's the old Nova Galactic Star Yard. We've been there before. For now, we gotta land on Gold Luna. I think that means that's early evening, so I think we can have a nap before we do that. Looks like somebody's come up the ladder behind me, actually. No, it's Barrett going down it. Okay. Okay, at the same time, it's all good. Appreciate you being here, Great F.
You need something?
I don't know how long a lunar day is, actually. Let's try 6. See how that goes. I mean, on reflection, I don't think is the moon totally locked to Earth? I think it might be, mightn't it? So we're about to find out, aren't we, really? That's not where the ladder is. That is. Yep, that's in exactly the same place. Oh well. Totally locked it is then.
Landing site is clear. Let's head down.
Here we go. Interesting looking place. Naval Galactic Test Site.
This location is no longer hospitable to humans.
It's the moon, Vasco. It's never been hospitable to humans. There we go, I'll get there eventually, yeah? Spaceships are so freaking cool. Both in general and in this game specifically. Okay, sounded like something was landing in the distance. Turns out it was not. Ow. Brown engineering outfit. Then times when you need the brown pants. There's a generator over there. Nova Galactic Research Station. Just sworn this was a lunar robotics spot that we were going to. We should have done that, actually. There you go. I was given a moonbase key by a Starborn who had it. Just wonder where she acquired it. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the precipitate. Yeah, good. I did say that right. For a minute there I thought I'd mispronounced it. Nova Galactic and NASA Communications are Relay 2. Moonbase Slate 1.
Voltaire is being reconfigured for this new initiative. The math we're being asked to crunch is ambitious, even for a supercomputer. We might as well be asking you to count every grain of sand in every desert on Earth. Who came up with these original equations? Our partner isn't being very open about it. Every question I have goes through some discretionary channel. I'm surprised we even know we're working on a ship.
There's 3. I'll find 2 soon enough, I'm sure. They were working on building a ship of some kind. They don't know much about it, huh? Master locked science crate. What we got here then? I think that's probably right. It is. Technicians calibrated ground crew spacesuit. Worth the wait. For all that. Slate 6.
When I accepted the assignment.
I'll hold off on that. Maybe we aren't going to get them all anyway then. I mean, you can't take the stairs because gravity is not high enough. Rain? What rain? I missed something there, Stella. I'm sure I did. If it's me, I usually do, but you know. Scope's motor's creeping me out a little bit there as well. Precipitate. Not quite, but it's a really bad chemistry joke about whether things are no, I see. Fair enough. I'm with you, Stella. A little bit lost in text form there, really. It's cracking, isn't it? Active terminal there. Slate 2, okay.
Nova Galactic Project Log, Principal Engineer Langshu. I admit, this is not the most disciplined team I've ever run. Malcolm keeps stealing computational time on Voltaire and thinks I don't know this. And Sabina's been distracted lately, but won't tell anyone why. I really should demand answers from both of them. But honestly, I'm too preoccupied with this contract. We all are. Despite anything going on in our personal lives, There's something special about what we're building here.
Three?
Voltaire really is something else. A supercomputer so powerful they put it on the damn moon to keep it cool. Although by that logic they should be running it purely in the vacuum of space. But hey, good marketing material. I've been spending some off hours running some dumb simulations just because I can. My favorite so far is simulating the sound of every duck on Earth quacking after receiving a piece of bread. You didn't know you wanted a real-time sim of feeding all the ducks, but now you have it. You're welcome, humanity.
Let's go. I was trying to read that and you went and stood in front of it. Wasn't that interesting anyway. So, ooh, cool space shuttle. Voltaire. I want to remind research team that Voltaire is a highly proprietary supercomputer that is currently being contracted exclusively for the use in Project Prism. It is not meant for your own personal projects. Yes, it's amusing to see how many decimal points of pi it can calculate, how many bits of encryption it can brute force, or whether you can simulate table tennis with a perfect aerodynamic simulation, but there will be time for that later. For now, we need everyone concentrating on hitting our deadline. We're developing exciting new aerospace technology with our partner and client. Should be more than enough to keep anyone from being bored. Project Prism launch. Play the recording on the roof, collect all the slates. We're happy to announce the first test launch of Project Prism will be held today. I would like everyone to suit up and join us on the roof at 9 AM Eastern. Reminders, please sync all watches to Eastern Daylight Time. No. Sync all watches to 0, because anything else is insane. Especially when you're not on Earth. Our partner will also be on radio for launch. We'll be recording the event, so be on your best behaviour. Right. So we're supposed to go outside. Go somewhere anyway. Assuming that's outside. It's not really where I want to go right now. The window? Maybe. Yeah. So we got 1, 2, and 3 so far. And I found a 6. Oh, entire area here I didn't know was there. 5. So I still need to find number 4. Yoink. She want to pick that up, but okay. Boost. I love Galactic Cat. Take the weights, but they entirely logically weigh 10 pounds, so... 4, there we go.
Okay, confession time. Being single on a moon base is the worst. I only get like an hour to use the communication link to Earth every couple of days. And let me tell you, there's long distance dating, and then there's like long distance dating, you know? Oh, hey there, I'm a scientist, deadly employed, willing to take you out for coffee in like 6 months when I'm back from space. It's not a great opening line.
You seriously can't get a date? You're an astronaut.
Hey, no one asked you.
That's a good point. I mean, yeah, an astronaut that's come back from to Earth is probably going to have more luck than one who has not. but
You ever get jealous? You know, the crew in the shipyard? Building the actual vessels that are gonna travel the stars?
We're literally on a base on the moon.
Oh, come on, Sabina. I'm trying to share my dreams here.
Well, your dreams are always out there and never here where the rest of us live. Can't you just be happy doing your job?
Where's the fun in that?
yes, I'm with Weird Guy on that particular point. Malcolm. Well, I'm good being happy doing your job and such, but something to be said for looking beyond as well. Number 6 was upstairs, I believe, wasn't it? I'm stuck in the roof. That was number 6. Oh no, I picked it up already. Okay.
When I accepted the assignment up here, we were told to bring a couple of personal items. Some psychological studies said it helped when you're away from Earth this long. I brought my
How long?
grandmother's old abacus. I would play with it on her lap, and she'd teach me the Russian for all the numbers. She, just got word that she passed. The next shuttle isn't for 3 months, so I won't be able to go to the funeral. Goodbye, Babushka. Thank you for teaching me math. It brought me to the moon.
Yeah, that sucks. Right, now we go out this door. I think that was the wrong button. That's what I think. Yep, all slates collected, so just the one on the roof. Knees averted. Brain's gone all fizzy now, though. For want of a better word. Darth. What's left of it doesn't really look much like Earth because there's no, everything that makes it identifiable has been stripped away. Ooh, calm down, Vasquez. Play recording.
Engine spin-up time almost complete. Total time 5 minutes 22 seconds. Right on schedule.
How are the helium-3 valves holding, Nova?
We double-checked the leakage concerns this morning before the launch. All signs green.
Any changes to the calculation sequence from Volterra?
No changes since we uploaded the last figures yesterday. It's a clean shot from here to Jupiter.
One day the computer will be on board the spaceship. Just imagine that.
One miracle of science at a time, Canaveral. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Canaveral, are you reading?
All clear, Nova. Indicators look good. The ship should be cruising Jupiter's orbit right now. Visual confirmation will be possible in 32 minutes. Afraid the speed of light is on the slow side these days.
I recognize that voice.
How does it feel to break the laws of physics, Canaveral?
We're all pretty excited down here in NASA, I won't lie.
Excited enough to tell me where you got the original data?
Not in a million years.
Ooh, to NASA. So where did they get the data for grav drives? Because that sounded like they just tested the first grav drive out. Sure sounded like it, anyway. Given that the thing launched and jumped immediately to Jupiter and they had to wait half an hour for a reply back because lag. That's interesting. Maybe EST means Earth Standard. It could mean Earth Standard, that is true. Although, the timing would suggest it probably doesn't. Or the context, rather. I mean, I'm sure they went for Eastern Standard for convenience to sync up with NASA. As that was presumably where they were. But, you know, it's not your convenience, just do the right thing. You know? Am I convenient? Yes, that's who it was singing, yeah. Same voice actor, voiced Nick. The music sounds very Star Trek. I keep expecting to hear Patrick Stewart say space any minute now. It's got it from the gravelly voice. Thinking about Nick Valentine just wandering up would be weird, yeah. Probably not the strangest thing in the game, though.
Red apogee, surrounded by stars and the vastness of space.
1.2 light seconds to Earth from the moon. Interesting. I never needed a confirmation that to see back in time you just need to look up. In the evening anyway. That's the launch tower. So we're aiming for Florida here, presumably. Is Canaveral? Florida? Can't remember, because there's one, obviously there's a spot in Texas, Houston. Canaveral, I think's, is it Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral in Florida, is that right? Remembering those in the right way around? Sounds about right.
Lost in my thoughts, but glad to be back.
I'm gonna look it up now because I'm wondering. Yeah, it's Florida. Johnson in Texas. Oh, okay, that's interesting, Brad. Yeah. But yeah, the Kennedy is at Cape Canaveral in Florida. Just to make things nice and simple, to give it as many variations on nomenclature as possible.
Everything checks out.
That rings bells for me. You'd think, having read Chris Hadfield's autobiography, I'd remember stuff like that, wouldn't you? Florida doesn't look like it's changed much. Does that mean? probably mean. I mean, it looks like I've landed in the Sahara, let's be honest. God, it's a barren, featureless wasteland out there. Which it's not. It's anything holy crap but. Sun's supposed to be life-giving, not life-frying. Well, actually, it's kind of both of those things, isn't it? Whew. Very cool. It's a bit more like Texas. To be honest, I know less about what well, I don't know much about what either one looks like really, but I do see where you're getting at. Mind you, I'm almost entirely going off westerns, so I can't imagine they're exactly the most accurate representation of anything ever. The old neighborhood has seen better days. Mind the slight weirdness from DLSS in the distance there. Houston's on the coast, is it? Is it? Shows you how much I know about that corner of US geography. I mean, US geography generally is not good, but it's about what we'd expect. Scott, Spider, and Marvel is in Houston. I have no idea what you're referring to there, Ohio. I kind of gave up on Marvel after Infinity War. It just got... It's long since got silly, let's be honest. Marvel. Either too much, too many different threads. It's a series of headaches. I guess we jump. See another way to get up here anyway. So I'll probably need that. Ship's landed over there on a nice flat surface. Yeah, wet floor is one thing I do not think they're going to have a problem with right now. Soap operas with superheroes. It's not the worst comparison I've ever heard there, actually. Not at all. Kind of encapsulates my issue with it to a degree anyway. So they've done a lot of fun and interesting things and I've enjoyed a lot of them, and there are characters that I would be vaguely interested in pursuing some more, but it's just too bloody much. And it's also kind of expanding into the realms of superheroes I know absolutely nothing about, which, I mean, could be appealing in the sense of, you know, something new and exciting and all that, but to be honest, to me, it's just kind of just not that interested. TBH. Try not to break my ankles.
Jumping from such a height is dangerous for your endoskeleton.
You are not wrong, me old mucker, me old matey. Find Explorer spacesuit. 30 grand's worth of spacesuit. Don't mind if I do. NASA coffee mug. I would love to have. Well, I mean, I'm sure you can get one of those. NASA notebooks. Should get a NASA t-shirt or something at some point. They are generally awesome, and showing support is, I mean, even in some tiny small way, is seems like a good thing to do. There's definitely some irony in the people whose job it is to look beyond Earth, doing damage to Earth's atmosphere through their rocket launchers. Not that they are even close to doing as much damage as certain companies and nations and so on, but still. Guess we do all of this to find our way up the tower to find what I'm looking for. Good job astronauts don't have to deal with this kind of crap on their way to board spaceships, rockets and shuttles and whatever. Well, not shuttles anymore, but rockets. They get a lift. Because as I understand it, modern spacesuits are not that easy to move around in on Earth. Actually, to be fair, they don't generally wear EVA spacesuits, do they? They wear specifically designed suits for rocket takeoff, but even so. Jesus, the chance of finding that NASA snow globe seemed pretty low. And it was just tucked away in a random blocker there. I guess you can find something to point you in the right direction and follow a compass marker, but still. You remind me to pick up the coffee cup. Faux show. By pick up, do you mean steal one? If I ever... Whoa, hello, hell no! If I ever got to visit the place. Not sure what happened there. Whether or not that was just me or my mouse switched sensitivities. I felt like my mouse switched sensitivities, but I don't know if that's what actually went down. Powered door that still works, huh? That's a smidge on the unlikely side. Buzz. Sure why they'd need a receptionist up here either. Reminder. Nothing. If you haven't remembered it by now, it's too bloody late. Watch step. Yeah. You don't say. Keep your fuel rod. NASA notepad, huh? Lots of NASA stuff. Sturdy deep recon spacesuit. Oh, it's one of those ones. I hate it enough that even though it's over the cash threshold, the value threshold, I'm still not going to take it. I really don't like that design. Maybe a little bit too much. Nailed the atmospheric terrain and music escape. Yeah, I've said it a few times, Grey. The environmental design in particular, I absolutely adore in this game. I think it's brilliant. I mean, you talk about the graphical fidelity and whether or not it's as high as it could be. It's probably not. But it's offset by other features that just eat up processing power, so... Where do you put your priorities, really? Not really sure why I did that. But okay. To power that lift. Okay, that's fair enough. Person now just panicked. Random stab in the dark. Okay. Well, I'm not dead. I'm now going to have to climb quite a long way back up, though. So, right, I can do that much more quickly now. I think. Remember where I need to be. What the delay on the click there? Here we go. Way, made it this time. Did not F up. I lost my robot buddy though. Basco. Oh, I'm sure he'll meet me at the top. Ooh, speaking of cool environments. Not sure why it's reminding me how to turn the torch on at this particular point. Find information about NASA. Well, shit, son. That's not exactly a narrow field of inquiry. Vasco! Information about NASA is a very, very wide potential set of information. Incidentally, kind of looping back to something I mentioned in passing earlier, if you get the opportunity and haven't and stuff, do recommend reading Chris Hadfield's autobiography. Astronaut's Guide to Life on Earth. It is absolutely brilliant read. Very, very interesting. Face is tickling. Hey, Vasco. Small heart attack there. Take some wire spools just because they're always good for decoration. Million NASA mugs. Desk phone. Nice. Way too excited about that, but that's kind of cool. I'm going to come back to that NASA thing. You know what Bethesda should do? I sure I saw something. What Bethesda should do... is put out stills of these backgrounds so that you know, so that we can use them as actual desktop wallpapers ourselves, because that would be quite cool, I think. IMO. Launch procedures and access logs. Launch procedures. Remember, the final vitals and suit seal checks are essential. Yes, we've come a long way as far as tolerances. Yes, the number of people cleared for launch is much higher than it used to be, but these people's lives are still in our hands. I know there's rumours that next launch is slated to be cancelled, but let's not have that be on us. Let's assume it's go time every time. Absolutely, your professionalism is what makes space travel just a little bit safer, and we can use every ounce we can get. Access station logs. Error, archives damaged, running system recovery, partial archives retrieved. Delivery from Mars.
Dr. Judith Tatien, the recent delivery from Mars is unsettling. I was expecting samples or maybe fossils of microbial life. Instead, Dr. Victor Isa comes with 2 members of the military. Everything they brought back is under wraps. What could a theoretical physicist need with a sample from Mars?
I have no idea. Theoretical physics is quite a wide range of stuff.
Station log. Dr. Judith Tatien. I've been trying to cozy up to Dr. Isa, Victor, to see what is going on. His team has completely commandeered one of the labs with those 2 military handlers, checking who comes in and out. I joked that maybe he found a little grey man and was doing an autopsy, and he grew very pale. 2 days later, he sends me a request asking for more information on my background in materials science, metallurgical engineering. Oh, we have a meeting tomorrow. I think I'm being invited into the lab.
They found the artefact.
Station log. Dr. Judith Tatien. I have never been so nervous since I defended my dissertation. 4 hours talking to Victor and his team about theoretical metals, atomic bonding, even a half-hour divergence into magnetism that I'm pretty sure was just to throw me off the trail of what we were actually talking about. Then, I got to see the lab. I don't know how much I should say, but the periodic table just got thrown out the window.
It's a smidge on the over-dramatic side, but especially given that the thing has been updated more times than you can shake a stick at. It's kind of the point of the thing. Unless she's trying to say they found something that just plain does not fit anywhere on the basic structure and atomic numbers and wherever else you have, but it seems unlikely. This is quite cool. This is very cool. Sad to say the remnants of such significant pieces of, human development and Earth's history and stuff just looking like this, but history of spaceflight pamphlets, don't know if I can make any use out of those. I'll probably just sink into stuff. That's an office key, that'll be worth having. Save me some hacking time anyway, won't it? Batteries are on their way out. F1 engine. Developed for the Apollo mission to reach Earth's moon, the F1 engine was a single-nozzle liquid-fueled rocket engine that could generate over 6 million newtons of thrust each. 5 of these would be used in the Saturn V Super Heavy Lift launch vehicle. The power of the F1 was critical in providing the necessary lift to launch rockets from the surface of Earth towards the stars. Interesting. Gives you a smidge of insight into the names of into the reason current generation rockets are named the way they are. Like Muskrat's Falcon Heavy and stuff. I'm going to change my batteries before I get screwed. Well, before they die, anyway. Boop. Yeah. Yes. Did not go the way I wanted it to. That's all. That's better. I know some people will put their headphones directly over their hair and sort of have their hair coming through the inside of their headphones and stuff like that, but that seems like a very, very weird thing to do to me. Okay, so there's a thing to look at here. In 2150, scientists first predicted the destruction of our beloved Earth. Atmospheric phenomena would cause breathable air to sputter outside of Earth's gravity, dooming all life that remained. So, atmospheric phenomena would cause breathable air to escape the Earth? Or that doesn't make a lot of sense. An estimated 50 years until the end has given NASA and other space agencies around the world the opportunity to migrate humanity away from certain death and into the stars. Thanks in part to the development of the grav drive, humanity will live on. And yeah, there are questions right now as to where the frick the technology for the grav drive came from. 2150, which means about 2200, which is... Where are we now? 2 years off? Two centuries off? Whether or not in 200 years we'll be able to figure out how to make our theories around warp drive into a reality is certainly open to some question. So, Bethesda are talking about new ways to travel coming to Starfield next year. Do we think maybe we could be looking at one of them? Or a precursor to one of them? Any plans for shipbuilding videos? No, Great F. Short version, there's a lot of people out there who've done a lot of stuff on it who are way better at it than me, and I don't feel too inclined towards breaking out and getting into really fantastical builds on that. Outpost building, stuff like that's way more my speed than shipbuilding. As I say, it's... I feel like there was a huge sizable market for shipbuilding for a while, for the first few months, and now that seems to have dropped off quite dramatically. So, mind you, so's the outpost stuff. So, yeah. But yeah, it's not exactly kind of my thing, really. From 1971 to 1972, the lunar rover was used for the last Apollo mission to carry 2 astronauts. The chevron tread patterns on the wheels were made from titanium to help maintain traction on the moon's surface. The rover was also fully electric and ran on batteries whose power was intended to last for the duration of the mission. I'm guessing they didn't bring them back with them. That's interesting. Yeah, I just wanted to see if I could get the spacesuit. Adapted from a design originally intended for high-altitude aircraft, the Mercury spacesuit would undergo several modifications to deal with pressure, oxygen, and thermal considerations. Even though the cabin of the Mercury spacecraft itself protected against the rigours of space travel, redundancy has always been key. In the event that the cabin were to depressurize and expose astronauts to the vacuum of space, their Mercury spacesuits would be able to offer a critical extra layer of defense. Project Mercury. From 58 to 63, one of humanity's first human spaceflight programs, the Mercury spacecraft was designed to fit a single person who would be sent to test a person's ability to function in space. Yeah. 6 flights in total were launched, the earliest being a 15-minute suborbital flight, the last being over 34 hours and 22 complete orbits. Yeah, I suppose they had no idea. Well, not they had no idea. They suspected people could be able to survive in space with the right equipment, but somebody had to be the first to actually do it. Project Apollo. From 68 to 72, Project Apollo was the first successful program to put humanity on Earth's moon. The first moon landing occurred on 20th July 1969, was actually Apollo's 11th flight, with all previous launches testing all the modules, orbits, and other critical data needed to ensure astronauts could reach the moon and return safely. Yeah. Mercury spacesuit. That's very cool. I can get one.
Health will be compromised by carrying so many items.
Being smart, Alec, get your spinal health being compromised.
Am I currently in possession of an item you require?
Yeah, have these. Not quite sure why I'm so. Oh, well, that's why I'm so hideously overencumbered, because I picked up way too many fancy bits of scrap. Another one. One with a sensor array. And the pack as well. Hey, who knows, maybe I'll pick up another one somewhere. Yeah, definitely will be cool to see a few new things. Looking forward to seeing what they've got for the game next year. Combo of real and historic and fictional details in the area is cool. Yeah. Yeah, it works well, that. Excuse me, yawning every 5 minutes. I'm knackered, apparently. Project Gemini from 65 to 66. In many ways, Project Gemini was a learning mission. Aren't they all? That's kind of... Yeah, I mean, they are all. While NASA's ultimate goal was to put a human being on the moon, many questions had to be answered before that project, the Apollo project, could even begin. Gemini was tasked with answering how a person could survive in space over many days, how to connect spacecraft together, and how to improve spacesuit technology to operate outside of a spacecraft. Yeah. It's quite interesting. Mars rover, which can apparently be found somewhere on Mars, though I don't quite know where. Look for the Opportunity rover on Mars. Oh, now I can find it. That's cool. Mars Exploration Rover Program launched in 2003 and allowed the remote exploration and study of Mars. 2 twin rovers were named, nicknamed Spirit and Opportunity. While Spirit ceased communication functions in 2010, the Opportunity rover continued operations well into 2018, exceeding its initial planned time by over 14 years. Very, very cool. And of course, there is a subsequent one out there now as well, isn't there? Curiosity, I believe it's called, the current one. Aptly named. The Eagle module, the lunar module Eagle, or Eagle lunar module. Depending on which way you want to put that for sense. From the Apollo 11 mission, the lunar module Eagle was the first crewed spacecraft to touch down on Earth's moon. Eagle's counterpart was the command module Columbia, which the lunar module needed to both separate from and eventually reattach to. Yeah, no mean feat that, really. Engineering is very, very impressive to think about. Columbia would take astronauts to and from the orbit of the moon, while Eagle would bring them to and from the surface. Not exactly what you'd call spacious, is it? It is what you'd call freaking awesome, though. Getting a bit more forward into the fictional details there, which is interesting. Just begs the question, are there any more old school historical cool bits and pieces to check out from down here? That must be ISS. In fact, that does look like ISS on reflection. I don't see an info panel about it. Let's try up there. I'm watching the landing on black and white TV. Oh, very cool. Missed it by a bit, eh? I missed it by a long way. I'm sure my dad could have remembered it. My mother, presumably. Yeah. I don't think I've ever really talked about it. Yeah, it's the thing what you studied, kind of, in school, to a certain degree, and was just accepted as a fundamental piece of human history, and that was about it by the time my generation rolled around. We got the wonders of the internet and stuff being invented during our early lifetimes, which is pretty freaking incredible when you think about it. The shit we can do with the internet. And, you know, mobile phones and the like, but not quite as exciting as the first trip to the moon, really. Project Prism. So, this is the one that we are investigating. NASA partnered with Nova Galactic, the creators of the Voltaire supercomputer, on an ambitious aerospace project to pull gravity itself. As a result, the first spacecraft capable of faster-than-light travel. The first successful voyage saw astronauts reaching Jupiter in moments, what would previously have taken years. Cabot Bridge. Fallout 4, I think. And there is the early type grav drive. NASA partnered with Nova Galactic, creators of the Voltaire supercomputer, to blah 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 blah. Same thing we just read. That's what I thought. Again, we read that too. Living outside of Earth. Well, long-term missions in space began in the late 1990s with programs such as the International Space Station. And there's also the Russian space station, Mir, that was around before that, and I don't know how long people were up there for and stuff, but it's got to be relevant as well. It should have been included, but anyway. Humanity began living on other planets almost 100 years later. A small outpost of 5 or fewer scientific research teams eventually gave way to an entire colony effort on Mars and the other orbiting bodies of our solar system. And the birth of Cydonia. Okay, and on we go. Judith, personal recording in the bathroom.
I just don't understand where these calculations came from.
There's something wrong with the math? I think it's quite straightforward.
That's not what I'm asking. We've had no success extracting even a sample of material from the object. No explanation for the gravitational effects. No motion graph to explain its harmonic frequencies. I can't even establish a melting point.
Judith.
But you've had me building these prototype colliders for months. And now you want me to pump helium-3 into it based on this equation you've written on a goddamn napkin?
I just need you to trust me.
I have been trusting you. We keep
sorry, Judith. Look, not here, okay? Somewhere off base. I'll tell you everything. But I'm not lying, okay? We're going to discover something important here. I promise.
Grab in the 70s, NASA imagery base, Sydney preconditioned for this NASA punk style. Yeah, I can imagine. They've done an amazing job of sort of starting with NASA and growing out from it in their design style, Bethesda. I think it was an excellent choice. It's very, very distinctive. I wouldn't say exactly unique's the right word, but I'm not seeing anybody do quite the same thing. But they've done a really good job of something that feels convincing. Which is half the battle, isn't it? So, he finally convinced him to tell her where he was getting his information. Look at that moody ass corridor. Get out of the way, Vasco. I want to nick toilet paper from NASA. Interesting. Spooky post-NASA music. But those particles are a little bit more stationary than they're meant to be. Intriguing. So doubtless information I need is here somewhere. Biosuppressant. Interesting. Now, we seem to have some dead ends. Right, from the look of it. Cases like this and boxes and stuff, these little bits of detail add so much interest to an environment. And they are not in the build menu. It's quite frustrating. Don't actually need any of that. pennies. Really advanced explorer spacesuit, that would actually be really quite good. It's ugly, but it's really quite good. Oh. And it wasn't an explorer one. Assume that's what I needed to throw the power for. So we'll be in underground beneath whatever the heck we're under the ground beneath here. I've forgotten even how the heck we got in here. We climbed the tower, got a long way up the tower, got into a lift, and then ended up down here somehow. I don't know. Coming down from the tower to access it, I suppose. As opposed to going up. And my brain was assuming we'd be going up. I don't know. My head's all a little bit screwy about that right now. I'll pick that up either. I don't need that. Let's just check the resources if I've got anything I don't want. Quite a few things, I think. Get here. That was quite easy. That's a maintenance key. Definitely gonna leave me a bit of cucumber. Well, it didn't, surprisingly. I was expecting it to, though. Whole bunch of emergency power cells. Keep finding more than I need, which is weird.
It would
I only found 3 there.
advisable to leave some things behind.
Well, you say that. But what about if I need them later, Vasco, hey? I mean, I keep one on my ship in case of emergencies, but so far, no such emergency has been forthcoming, so. And then that's a snow globe. 2 of them now. Let there be light. Seen better days in the last couple hundred years, this place. Don't know whether it's surprisingly intact under the circumstances or not. Know how much I could expect a place like this to fall apart over 200 years, really. I mean, you'd expect a lot of damage and nature reclaiming it and stuff like that IRL, but that's assuming that there is nature to reclaim it, but there is not, so...
You would consider this victory cause for celebration.
I shot a turret. Let's go. It's not that exciting. Shoot a NASA robot.
All systems.
Did a lot of damage to me. I want to shoot NASA robot. NASA robot is friend. Not foe, unfortunately. Ah! In the universe or just in this room, Vasco? Because I'm not sure turrets count as not being alone. Ooh, eyeball's struggling a bit today. The whole thing moves. I didn't really see that being a thing. Huh, interesting. Interesting and unexpected. Oh, hello. What we got here? You are carrying far too many NASA mugs. You may wish to consider. Pulls out a gun and blows him straight away. I don't suppose this is going to get me very far, but you know. Oh. Nice little chime there as it booted up. Not sure if we can get cool workshop vibes. I like these desks and stuff here. These table, trestle tables. I feel like I kind of want them to be here, really. For reasons of making the whole thing slightly more photogenic. Okay, so what am I lugging around that probably looks like crap? Got a few of those. $11 NASA coffee mugs. 12 NASA notebooks. I feel like that might be a few too many. You don't weigh anything, so... Sorry, Galactic Cat. Kind of annoying to place. Five stylized desk fans. But they're kind of cool. Don't think we need quite that many tissues either. Yeah, let's go to all of them. Okay. Resources. Good as we're getting, isn't it? I'll have to drop some more off on Vasco later, but deep mistrust of stray mugs. Yeah, playing Prey will do that to you, I think, no? I'd call it a healthy mistrust, to be honest, rather than anything else. Knee is protesting a bit today. Well, just falling apart at the seams, really. Down and down and down and down and down and down we go. What I need. How, why, what is it that I can actually progress through here? I feel like opening these doors might be unwise if I get attacked. I guess I need to power up. Oh, maybe that's a... Some kind of lift? No, what's going on? There's no gravity in there? I have a lot of questions. Lots and lots and lots of questions. Office key, huh? Got me in here. Where I get that helmet, Explorer helmet. It's not a particularly great one, but...
You will not be able to walk at full speed with your pack that full.
You know what, Vasco? I kind of knew that. Ugh. Well, no, I get shoved in by a robot that may or may not have homicidal tendencies. Jury's still out, apparently. No. Didn't mean to float. So we got a whole bunch of areas. No gravity. They seem to also have no gravity in here because I cut that and now the gravity's kicked back in again. Okay, I'm very, very confused. This is what I get for not stopping and reading the thing that I was supposed to read. I want to go home. No. Okay, I'll read the damn terminal. Security procedures. Check all badges for allowing access. Yes, even the generals. I don't care how angry they get. These orders come from the secretary. Absolutely no phones or recording devices. All written materials, clipboards, notebooks are to be checked on exit from the labs. Confiscate anything with confidential information in it. Station log. Access station logs. Archives damage. Recovery. 14th of April, 21:38.
Project log. Dr. Victor Isa. We turned on the prototype today. The gravitational field around it began to fold as we long suspected. Complete reversal of gravitational pull was observed on dozens of loose objects around the lab. I'm setting up a meeting with the directors to propose a larger test. The prototype proves we don't need the original anymore, but further work is going to have to take place in space. Somewhere with abundant helium-3 and with a civilian partner. Someone with access to large-scale manufacturing resources and computational equipment. Engineering gravitational folds pulling the far side of the solar system closer to us? It's all going to be possible.
Interesting.
Project log. Dr. Judith Tatien. I watched the gravjet tests from the moon today. It was the first time we were able to talk to the team at Nova Galactic directly. So many things were under wraps before, but now everyone wants all the publicity they can get. I'm already seeing proposals for manufacturing hundreds of drives, expeditions to Alpha Centauri and beyond. It's also overwhelming and worrying.
Alpha Centauri, where Jemison is.
Decades before we know what all the side effects of operating a grav drive can be, but no one wants to hear that right now. Like a bunch of pioneers racing towards the edges of the frontier without knowing about the grizzly bears in the mountains.
Okay. First grav drive was developed with the help of NASA on Earth. I need to find out how this is connected with the artifacts. Find out information about side effects. Okay, we still want to know where they got the information. So that's the way to go, apparently. Well, they're now floating, apparently, so... Okay, so it's down. There is no up. More of the same, it would seem. Okay. Let me up, there we go, okay. When it gets creepy all of a sudden... That's their grav drive prototype for sure, that is somehow switched on still. Catch you later, Great F. Have a good night. Holy shit, there's corpses. Where the information regarding side effects is. Victor, the doctor who was in charge, keeping things in, and was keeping things under wraps. That's a maintenance key. Release artifact button. So the artifact was in some way used to create the first grav drive. We did see evidence of gravitational interference and anomalies around some of the artifacts. Not all of them, but some of them. What? Was it all of them, actually? I don't know. At least some of them had yeah, had floating material around them. I'm guessing it's in there somewhere. Very interesting. Another highly valuable spacesuit. And that one, and that one. Got it. It's 2311. What's that doing down here? It was a bit previous. It wasn't manufactured until after the Earth was abandoned, and yet it's down here. Doesn't make a lot of sense now, does it? Vasco's managed to run in midair somehow. Some crazy Vasco magic going on there. So that's okay. That's that. Right, well, I'm sure there might be something in there. Check down here.
Exterior plating damaged.
Well, if we all walk in front of a laser beam, that's probably what's going to happen, Vasco. I do find it a little difficult to be sympathetic.
I do not understand your attachment to all these objects.
Well, it's because you haven't played as many Bethesda games as I have, Vasco, and you haven't built up the same habits. Compulsion might be another good word as well. Smack. A smack in the face with a gate. Recon pack and recon helmet. It's an ugly helmet to go with an ugly spacesuit, apparently. Again, particularly ugly. Drop that, nothing on it in there. Well, hold off on going in there a minute, I think. Got a funny feeling, you know? A number of funny feelings. Who's this? A random scientist with the same key again. A whole bunch of junk. So that's the door I previously used. Okay. Well, it's all the way down here then. Does make you wonder a bit, doesn't it? What's involved in creating realistic feeling gravity simulations in video games? Card-carrying member of the Bethesda Lootaholic Society. Yep, I think we all are, to be honest here, Brad. That's where I want to be. Okay, I'm in. Prototype drive. Please be careful when running power through the prototype. Secure all loose objects and have researchers empty pockets, remove jewelry, watches, etc. Reminder that the core of the drive contains a specimen that is irreplaceable and all data is under strictest clearance. Exercise all caution with research materials and ensure information does not leave this lab. So, partial archives, February 12th, 2149.
I never actually got to visit your labs back when we were working on the grav drive projects.
Seems like ancient history now. Only thing we're doing these days is launching weather satellites.
Guess this is as good a retirement as any. Now, Project Demeter, you want our help manufacturing scanners to better track these new meteorological patterns we're seeing.
Our guess is that the poles might be naturally shifting, causing some gravitational fluctuations that are throwing off our old models.
Why do you need the scanning tolerances to be so small? What are you trying to find?
I just want to be sure. It's not like we're doing much these days anyway. The glory days are over. Why not give ourselves a challenge before they write us off in the history books?
Seems like he's still up to secret projects. August 21st, 2149. As requested, the astrophysics research team has done full analysis of the data you provided us. The measurements of Earth's magnetosphere show clear signs of fluctuation, often in correlation to periods of frequent and large gravity wave spikes emanating from the moon. These gravity waves seem to be affecting the magnetic shield provided by Earth's inner core, and maybe affecting the core itself given the proximity of the source. The data indicates the change rate is increasing exponentially. As our magnetosphere falters, its ability to protect us from the sun's solar wind falters. Beyond devastating effects of solar radiation, this will lead to something more dire. The sputtering or stripping away of our atmosphere. This has happened before to Mars, a planet studied since the earliest days of space to see into Earth's possible future. We are afraid that this future may be closer than we thought imaginable. Some may view this data as normal. There have been historical fluctuations and polarity changes of the Earth's core, but this is orders of magnitude greater. We see echoes of previous generations' debates over global warming and want the science here to be clear. Like waves in the ocean, these gravity waves rise and eventually crash into shore. The Earth, crash into the shore, the Earth, with devastating consequences. Saw this coming, actually.
It's the grav drives.
All those jumps from the moon. At this rate, Earth's atmosphere is going to start sputtering out into space.
Can the drives be fixed?
I'm working on some designs that should discreetly solve the problem, under the guise of an emergency update to the fueling pumps.
We're talking about the end of Earth, and you're trying to be subtle about it.
Judith? The last thing we need is people losing faith in grav drive technology.
That might be our only option.
To what? Are you seriously saying we should abandon Earth?
The timeline is under 50 years. A blink of an eye for a planet, but more than enough time for a human exodus.
And what do we tell people?
We say it's an act of God, one that science has found a solution for. Time for humanity to take its place in the stars.
You knew, didn't you? You lied to me. All this time, I dedicated my life to this discovery, Victor. And you knew we were going to kill off our planet?
You haven't seen the future I've seen. There's an infinite expanse of promise out there. A meteor could hit Earth, a plague, another world war. Colonizing other galaxies secures humanity's future for all coming generations, across all time.
At the expense of our home.
Stop it, both of you. All that matters is building enough ships to get everyone off this planet. And we need to start now. I'll draft up a statement. We'll need to address the entire international community. I'm sorry.
There isn't a planet in this universe that will be far enough away from you, Victor. We are never speaking again after this is over.
Yeah, it was foreshadowed quite heavily in everything that we saw before, but yeah, the idea that grav drive technology, the development of grav drive technology had a side effect that destroyed Earth's, caused Earth's poles to shift and destroyed the magnetosphere, resulting in the destruction of Earth. Is interesting. Humanity did it eventually, just not the way you would have expected.
My name is Dr. Victor Isa, and if you're listening to this, then you probably already know the truth. I was young when I first headed the retrieval team of an odd gravitational anomaly on Mars.
So they found it on Mars.
Really
Have very mass effect.
hidden from everyone except one other person. Even she didn't believe me at first. But I have no reason to lie to anyone now, so I hope you'll accept this confession, whoever you are. When I touched the anomaly, I experienced 12 days of lost time. I met myself. He told me everything
Interesting.
that has come true. The grav drive equations, the tests on the moon, Earth's atmosphere sputtering away because of what we had done. But he also told me about a city thriving on a planet orbiting a distant star. Human culture, art, music, lifestyles evolving and shining brightly across all of space. What price would I be willing to pay for that future? Maybe you don't believe me. Maybe Judith was right and I'm just a coward who wants to believe his mistakes were justified. But everyone has forgotten about the real origins of the grav drive, this artifact from Mars. I hope you make better use of it than I did.
Okay, so that's interesting. So, yeah, we kind of already got to there, but artifact found on Mars, one of the ones we're looking at, was involved in inventing grav drives. Seems, from the look of this, experienced 12 days of lost time and met myself. An alternate version of himself that somehow went on to become Starborn, maybe? That seems to be the only possibility. Dr. Victor Azia, however we say it, in an alternate universe, built the grav drives in the same way that everyone else did, and went off to find all the other artifacts, built the Amillary, and became Starborn. Or so it would seem. Infinite possibilities and variations. Begs the question, I mean, this is the thing with Infinite. One of them would have had to do it first, logically. In which case, how could they go back and tell, or travel between and tell other ones? And what if they didn't? What if, well, I suppose other versions of the universe where they didn't go back and tell this guy about how grav drives were made and stuff would have resulted in the end of humanity in that universe. Maybe. So it seems like the Starborn may, or a Starborn, this guy, or a variation on him, may, as much as he was responsible for the destruction of Earth, may have also been the reason humanity got off of Earth and travelled the stars. And maybe Earth would have been destroyed, or maybe we'd have just, in other universes, the humans never left Earth. And just continued to exist on Earth. Lots of questions, but very interesting. So the other question I currently have at the end of this is a couple of things. What was the side effect problem that was causing the loss of Earth's atmosphere? And it sounded like, from this one, yeah, there was a fix that they were putting into place.
All those jumps from the moon. At this rate, Earth's
I can't stop it.
to start sputtering out into space.
Can the drives be fixed?
I'm working on some designs that should discreetly solve the problem, under the guise of an emergency update to the fueling pumps.
We're talking about the end of Earth, and you're trying to be subtle about it.
Judith, the last thing we need is people losing faith in grav drive technology. That might be our only option.
To what? Are you seriously saying we should abandon Earth?
The timeline
They've got no options now, have they?
a blink of an eye for a planet, but more than enough time for a human exodus.
And what do we tell people?
We say it's an act of God, one that science has found a solution for. Time for humanity to take its place in the stars.
You knew, didn't you? You lied to me. All this time, I dedicated my life to this discovery, Victor. And you knew we were going to kill off our planet?
You haven't seen the future I've seen. There's an infinite expanse of promise out there. A meteor could hit Earth, a plague, another world war. Colonizing other galaxies secures humanity's future for all coming generations across
We're
all
colonising
time.
the galaxies, yeah?
At the expense of our home.
Stop it, both of you. All that matters is building enough ships to get everyone off this planet. And we need to start now.
I'll draft up a statement. We'll need to address the entire international community. I'm sorry, Judith.
There isn't a planet in this universe that will be far enough away from you, Victor. We are never speaking again after this is over.
Bit of a pity that his advocate's clipping through his body there. Yeah, so interesting. Sounds like whatever the problem was, they fixed it. Hopefully we'll get a few more details on that in subsequent versions of the drive, which is why every other planet that we've colonised is not suffering the same fate as Earth. Otherwise, New Atlantis in particular and Jemison would have gone the same way as Earth by now, because we've been there for long enough using jump drives all the time that the same result would have occurred. So obviously this fix kind of worked and stuck with modifications to subsequent drives. But what is the artefact doing in this prototype, and how did they get around the fact that they only had the one artefact for making countless other drives? Like, what have they replaced the artifact with that serves the same function in all the other grav drives? I would like to know about that. Also, that's a lot of blood. And that's the guy whose fault this kind of all is. Begs the question, was that last entry, because it looks like it was, his suicide note? Saying, yeah, I did this, I destroyed Earth to give humanity a chance to live out in the stars. You gotta say, like, yeah, humanity survives, lives on in the stars, goes on to a bigger and brighter future, maybe. But even if that's true, there's a whole lot of other things living on this planet that we don't really have the right to destroy it for. So, you know. Yeah, I have further questions. Next question is, how do I go up one more level? I had to be down here to turn that off. Don't seem to have a way to get up to the next floor.
I am amazed your fragile body can host such a power without issue.
Thanks, Vasco. I suppose I could probably have gone down and then come up from another direction down below, couldn't I? Artefact Psi.
Constellation, we've arrived on the surface of Earth. We need to discuss what you found.
And it looks like other Starborn got here before us. So, you might have company.
Ah, my victim. Where are you? Down below, apparently. Parallel self, that does sound fun. Reactive shield also does seem like it would be a good idea. Kinda want to try that out actually. Well, I think reactive shield's probably more useful to me right now. Evening, Gray. How are you doing? Busy day? Feel like it's a bit later than usual. Sure how the fuck I'm supposed to get out of here, but now that I turn the gravity off. Or back on, rather. Yeah, I still have a number of unanswered questions, but maybe we're getting some answers. Yeah, it's trying to tell me to go back this way, okay. Their reactive, their personal shields, or whatever they're called, reactive shields, are as effective as mine. Where are you? Does make you harder to spot. There you are. Not as hard as you think you are you, buddy boy? Did not help as much as I was hoping it might. £10 over still. Anti-ballistic refined deep recon space helmet. Calibrated one. Two versions of the same helmet. One of which is, well, both of which are not great, to be honest. Huh. I somehow completely missed the existence of this door when I was here previously. I guess I did. Can I shove some more of my stuff onto Vasco? Because this is really not ideal.
Captain. I will keep your item.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hang on to, doesn't it? Cool.
Goodbye, Captain.
How's it going, Steve? Fell asleep when you went for work. Yeah, I mean, you did say yesterday you had a long-ass day, so I don't really blame you. Seems reasonable. Get to rest now. Nice. Yeah, we did stay up a bit later than really planned yesterday, didn't we? We fucking saw movement. I'll go through there in a minute when I know there's through here. Race, eternity. Wait, wrong game. No, show yourself, you cheeky bugger. There you are.
There is nothing nearby.
Lap.
Captain, the enemy is here.
Grenades not flying from behind cover is kind of annoying. There we go. There's another one somewhere this way. Not surprised they know where this artifact is. I don't know how often they would be consistently in the same place, the artifacts, and whether or not they might move around in one universe to another. I guess New Game Plus will answer that question, won't it? But certain events, like humanity going to the stars, do seem to be pretty fundamentally important to almost all of the timelines and the existence of the Starborn and so on and so forth. So it would stand to reason that artifacts tied to specific events like that, such as the artifact that's down here.
You should avoid falls from that height unless you are properly equipped with a jetpack.
Well, I am. It just didn't really help very much. Yeah, it would stand to reason that artifacts tied to specific events that are so important, like humanity going to space, especially fundamental to the Starborn, their existence, and their timelines, would be, if not always, at least frequently, found in the same locations. So, that's why there's a whole bunch of them turning up here. That, and they probably followed Emissary and Hunter. Right, exit somewhere that way, but I don't know where the frick the door is. Point. Where was the door? Where would I be? Through here? I've been through here? Yeah, it comes out down this end. Okay. Trying to figure out a way up and out. So I suppose it must be this way somewhere. That looks promising. Ablative Explorer helmet. That's not terrible. Desk phone. That's a very cool looking environment. I don't remember the way out not being that way, but I guess maybe it's this way? No, it doesn't look like. Aha! Unless I have completely missed a Skyrim door somewhere, which is entirely possible. They did say something about fighting my way through the Starborn on the way out, so there is that. That looks like an exit, alright. This also looks like a space I have not been in. Unless I missed something again. It was hidden or something and I went right past it. No, I don't think I have been here. Very, very confused. Coming back, going, old Macca? Get in here, buddy. Here we go. But door, what's the door? Where would I be? I think of since Cardinal Wolsey, it's not about having the court Paris stood at the end of the passage pretending to be at the door. Yeah, I vaguely remember that line. And we are back on the surface. And there they are. There are two ships. And where the feck's mine? Not looking anywhere near as cool as theirs. I actually know where mine is, to be honest. Mine's over there. Huh, interesting. They're off on the other side. Well, right, we're going to take the short route down. I think it's the second, possibly. Yeah, I think it's probably the second grey. I don't know the third anywhere near as well as the second, and I do know that, so... I mean, I do know the third very well as well, so...
Do you understand now why I asked you to come here? The artifacts unlocked the secret of interstellar travel, at the cost of Earth.
An easy trade, honestly. Why have one world when you can have all the settled systems?
Bit of a dick, isn't he? We lost our home, humanity's destiny to the stars. Anyway, let's get a bit more of an elaboration in case there's any extra information here. Explain what I found.
Every grav drive in the settled systems was built on technology that came from an artifact that was discovered on Mars. But these early drives shook the gravity field surrounding Earth. Eventually, the atmosphere started to slowly sputter away into space. That's why Earth is uninhabitable. The artifact gave the scientists a greater understanding of time and space, but not the wisdom to see where that would lead.
The settled systems wouldn't exist without the artifacts, in other words. We owe what happened here in NASA a great debt.
Yeah, there's an interesting point there. Yeah, fourth is good. Definitely a favourite of mine. Yeah, I thought 2 and 4 were better personally than the third one. Tough call as to which one was the best of 2 and 4. Really very close. They're both excellent. 3 was also excellent, but not quite as good for me. And then 1 was by far the weakest. So there's an interesting point here. This is another sci-fi universe wherein the thing that develops spaceflight and gets us out there and changes the fate of humanity is discovered on Mars. But being as in both of the two that spring to mind, i.e. this one and Mass Effect, have a historical foundation in the real world as it currently is, Mars is the first place we're going to, and it's likely, unless some massive shift in technology happens, about as far as we're going to be going on any kind of a regular basis, based on current technology. So, it certainly stands to reason to a certain effect that anything we find that gets us further out, assuming it is a found object, would be found on Mars. Unless it was already here, but you know. It's an interesting overlap with Mass Effect, that. But, yeah, it is kind of the same story beat, isn't it? You know, artifact found on Mars gives humanity the ability to go to the stars. It was the Prothean archives on Mars revealed the existence of the Charon relay and how to activate it, and Element Zero and stuff leapt humanity forward into the spacefaring age. Yeah, sacrificing Earth wasn't worth having the grav drives. We lost our home. Sucks. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Would we have lost our home eventually anyway? Maybe, possibly. Who knows? Tough to make a call on that either way as regards humanity's destiny versus sacrificing Earth and stuff. I certainly feel like everything else that gets slaughtered on Earth, like every other species, the countless billions of species that went extinct because of it, means we certainly had no right to be doing that or making that kind of a decision. But the home element in some ways is the least bad thing to lose out of everything that was lost in the destruction of Earth. So, yeah. I feel like they're focusing on the thing that means the least by saying sacrificing Earth wasn't worth having the drives. Like, it's everything else that's encapsulated in that. But, at the same time, humanity's destiny is out there, I think. I suspect, eventually, sooner or later. Probably later. So I'm going to go with that one, marginally. Although I don't agree. Like, there's a somewhere in between these that is definitely where I want to be seeing.
Don't you see? The power of the artifact forced humanity to the stars. They didn't get to make a choice. How many
Yeah.
have chosen Earth? What
I
gave
do
Victor
agree.
Isa the right to choose for them?
You see the hypocrisy in what the emissary is saying, right? They don't want to rob people of their free will, but then they steal the artifacts for themselves.
In the wrong hands, the power of the artifacts can make anyone a tyrant. That's why we watch over them. The only thing you're watching out for is yourself.
Someone other than a Starborn made the decision. Well, I've got to admit, the Starborn are not somebody whose decision I would like to put these in, but I'm going to have to side with the emissary because I can't agree with the hunter. Because just the emissary is right. There are way too many people out there who should not be allowed to get their hands on something like that. And the hunter is a fine example of such a person, and also he murdered Sarah, so he has to die. So I'm going to side with the emissary on this one.
Join me, old friend. We can collect the final pieces together.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not his old friend, remember? You're from another universe. Don't try to manipulate him.
It's alright, I married her in this one. Calling me old friend is fairly a good giveaway that it's not the same person.
Philosophy. How about pragmatism? I'm more powerful than the emissary. Than any other Starborn. And you might not understand why, but I want you to succeed. You've never gotten this far before. I need to see what happens to you.
Presumably always killed by him or something else. You told them both to sod off. Yeah, it'd be appropriate, but he murdered my wife. That sort of thing cannot be allowed to stand. Hunter seems like the winning strategy. Siding with the emissary, I'm tired of both of you. I'll get to the unity on my own. I mean, there's an element of sod off. I'll do it myself. There is no way on earth I side with the hunter because that's just not going to happen. Siding with the emissary, I mean, it's the version that gets him. It's most likely to get him what he deserves. And I can always turn on her later if I have to. The what paradox? Not familiar with that one, no. But yes, I'm going to side with the emissary.
Thank you.
Well, can't say I didn't try. We'll settle this at the usual place.
The buried temple. We'll be there.
You're lucky I'm a man of my word. I'll see you there.
Ooh, buried temple? A lot of cash and a lot of XP.
What happens next?
Oh yeah. Buried temple. Where are we waiting? Can we take the hunter now? Which I need to prepare. Will you be coming with me? What's the buried temple?
There's always a final artifact in a specific temple. The hunter and I agreed that whomever you sided with, the other would wait there. Expect anything and everything. Other Starborn, human mercenaries, and defenses, alien creatures under mind control. It's all fair game.
So there's another artifact that always ends up in the final, same final place. But yeah, again, it probably ties into what I was saying before. Like certain things are always going to end up in certain places because in worlds that are somewhat similar, in universes that are somewhat similar. I need to dust my camera. I've just noticed because certain key events are required for the chain of events to take place, like humanity heading to the stars. Hence why this artifact is here, and they know to look for it here. In any chain of events where humanity headed out to the stars and the settled systems was founded, should I say, then there was almost certainly going to be an artifact at least some point, and possibly continuing to be, in the ruins of NASA and Cape Canaveral. The ruins of the Kennedy Space Center, which is where we are now. So that's kind of a semi-reliable one, but apparently that applies to the buried temple as well. Oh, I see. The Fermi paradox is a discrepancy between the lack of conclusive evidence of advanced extraterrestrial life and apparently high likelihood of its existence. Well, as I understand it, the solution to that is the problem is the apparently high likelihood of its existence. There's no evidence to support a high likelihood of its existence whatsoever. There just isn't anything. Like the only existence of any life in the universe that has any supported evidence at all is on Earth. So outside of that, there is no evidence to support it. So it's not really a paradox at all. It's the assumption that the paradox there is based on is a fallacy, basically. Yeah, best avoiding too much information, I think, for now. I kind of want to get there myself, you know. Huge plot point in Prey. Yeah, interesting. I should look into it further at some point. Unless there's more to it than that, in which case I would be missing that. But anyway. Why are we waiting? Why don't we attack him now? Because we agreed, and probably some other reason.
He and I have made a number of agreements over the years, if you can even call them years at this point. We let him go. In exchange, he'll wait at the buried temple. You'll be able to prepare any way you can before then.
He's probably prepared for the alternative anyway. It'd be a fool not to be. The other thing is, if we face off against him and get destroyed, somebody's story ends here. But there will be alternate versions of the Hunter and alternate versions of the Emissary as well, as we've established. So he's just one version of himself. And that there will be multiple others, as exhibited by one of the few things I do know about the New Game Plus in this game, which is that you can encounter yourself. Coming back the other way. What should I do to prepare?
There is a temple for every artifact. You should find as many as you can. You'll need their power.
Interesting. So I'm not quite sure that adds up correctly. Are you coming with me?
I'll meet you in orbit above the buried temple. We'll face what's there together.
Okay, and where is it? So there's a skill point, which I can probably put in here. I don't think I can put it in here, can I? Thought I'd already got that. Oh, I know what happened. Well, I should have got that. I didn't, because I had to go back and basically beyond when I actually picked that point up. Okay. So how much do I need? I need to get here. Mastered it? No, that's a rifle set. That's why. I need to kill 100 enemies with pistols. I need to kill 100 enemies with non-automatic weapons. So basically, these two are going to update at the same time. Pistol and armor now. Now that they're side by side. I'll have to pick one. Probably armor penetration, I suspect. No, I go for pistol kills grant 25% critical hit chance for 5 seconds. Yeah, because then when I take that afterwards, I mean either way it doesn't matter, but these two stacking together are pretty good. And then I'll think about some other stuff later on. Oh man, loads of stuff here that I could potentially take, but are not major priorities. I assume I keep this and carry it over if I do New Game Plus, which I may or may not do. I'll see how I feel. Okay. Revelation. Must go to the buried temple on Masada 3, where I'll confront the hunter and his allies for the final artifact. So, we're not going to do that today, obviously, because that's presumably begins to run through towards the latter stages of the game, the very latter stages of the main story. But we've got a whole bunch of other stuff we can do too before we do this. So, yeah, some of which I'm more keen about than others. Very cool. Yeah, I know what you mean by that, Gray. Theoretically, that the near infinite size of the universe means there's a statistical chance of other life being out there, except that it doesn't actually mean that. It seems like it should mean that, but that's the point I'm getting at. It doesn't mean that, contrary to what logic would suggest. Yeah, until we find life somewhere else, all that we have the evidence to suggest is life exists here. We don't have any evidence whatsoever to suggest there's even the slightest possibility that it exists anywhere else. The only evidence is that it exists here, so... Assuming that because it's big and it exists here, it must also, or could also exist somewhere else, is completely unsubstantiated speculation, which is the problem, though. Either we're alone in the universe or we aren't, both scary in their own way. Very true, I would absolutely agree with that. I mean, personally, my hunch is there is some other life somewhere out there, and I lean towards the idea that if it could evolve here, then it could evolve in some form or other somewhere else in the near infinite universe. But there is fuck all to support that theory. Like, literally fuck all. Which, most theories that there is a chance of life existing somewhere else assume that, kind of ignore that point. It's it's all hypothetical anyway, so. What about the extended spaceship warranty salesman? If anything, he's evidence for there being no intelligent life, because he keeps fucking at it, and either somebody falls for that, or the fact that I haven't blasted into 1,000 tiny little pieces, all of which suggests that intelligent life doesn't exist. Yeah, but you can't extrapolate from life on Earth at the moment, because it is the only... It's entirely unique. Yeah, but extrapolating from that, I'm with you, to assume that if there were life, the chance of it being unintelligent is higher than intelligent is, yeah, that makes sense. But again, the numbers involved are so minutely small compared to the scale of the universe as to be not so much completely insignificant as to be so far past the point of complete insignificance as to be insignificantly insignificant, and then some. It's so... the universe is so big, and no matter how much you take from Earth, it's such a fractionally small piece that extrapolating from it is wildly unreliable. Can you imagine that? You land on a planet, just have to glance up out the window, there's another fucking ship over there, and no reason to expect it to exist. Like if we landed on Mars and we just looked out the window, it's like, guys, we're the first people on Mars, and that's a spaceship. That would be scary. Anyway, that was also the wrong button because I'm playing Starfield, not Fallout. And also, I'm pressing the wrong button in several ways here. I'm pressing escape to try and get out of the map menu, and it's the wrong button because it doesn't get me out of the map menu. It's also the wrong button because it makes the map zoom out, and that is wrong. It should not do that. I have a serious problem with that. I don't know what button should do that, but it's not escape. Anyway, it's about that time to press this button, isn't it? For one evening. And we've gone over 11 o'clock again, not too shockingly. There we go. They're full of organic material, but it's all its base warp. Yeah, but hydrogen and carbon and every other element that makes up the universe also makes up us. It's the same. It's the opposite side of the same thing that we're all made of stars. The opposite side of that coin, really. Because yeah, we are. Stars are made of us, and yeah. Two kinds of people in the world: those who can extrapolate from incomplete data. Yeah, that's a classic, Gray. Anyway. Yeah, I'm enjoying this. I've seen a few things recently. I've tried to rag on the story a little bit. And I can't say I share those feelings. I think that's... Oh, most of it smacks now, especially the further I get into the story, of journalists looking for a reason to shit on Bethesda's newest game because that gets clicks. Still does, and they still do it. Because the arguments that it's not a good story or something, which they've tried to apply in variations on, that sort of argument. It's just like, okay, so is it the most completely out there and original structure of a story and stuff ever? No. Are there really many that genuinely are? Varying degrees, but no. That old theory that there's like 7 stories or 7 story archetypes and all stories fit into those archetypes? Well, there's some truth to that too. But, yeah, what I'm getting at is that I actually really enjoyed the story. And, yeah, maybe structurally it's not breaking new ground in a lot of ways, but it's very much set up along the lines of the way Bethesda tell their stories and structure their stories, and have done in previous games, but it's a fun story and I'm enjoying it, I'm exploring it, I want to see where it goes next and what revelations, like the revelations we've just got to today about where the grav drives came from. In some ways now, looking at it again, I'm thinking maybe I should have seen that coming, or at least some got in that ballpark. But it's also kind of cool. I think it's a good twist. I like it. Definitely enjoy it. Quantum mechanics is the stuff the dream stuff is made of. What? Yeah, I know what you mean. Cheers, Tangy. Have a good night. Extremophiles. Yeah, I mean, there is some evidence of relatively extremophile creatures on Earth, bottom of the oceans and stuff. Ironically, exploring that concept on Earth is harder than doing it in space in some ways. I mean, the problem in space is distance. The problem on Earth is getting to those extreme environments, which usually means the bottom of the ocean. And, yeah, that doesn't tend to go very well for us. But things do live surprisingly deep down, so who knows? Yeah, interesting. Yeah, anyway, thoroughly enjoying this. Non-stick cooking spray. Yeah, it definitely sounds like a good name for something, well... I don't know about the non-stick cooking spray thing. That's maybe not the best thing. It sounds like some kind of weird reproductive IVF type thing, That's what it's making me think of now that it's written down. But I'm just pulling a word right out of the middle of it and fixating on it because I'm a child. But there we go. Anyway, folks. And in the microbial life can travel between planets attached to rocks and stuff. Interesting idea. Theoretically plausible. More likely it would be... I mean, the question of whether or not effectively cryogenics works on bacteria is the question, which I think it kind of sort of does, actually. There is some evidence that you can freeze bacteria and then unfreeze them and they're fine. So, I mean, you find that evidence in your kitchen, actually. But, so that's theoretically possible. Of course, it requires a asteroid strike large enough to launch material into space on a planet, an inner place that has microbial life, and for the resultant heat and fire and stuff to not burn it all to a cinder. So, it's not without its own issues in and of itself. Did the Martians build a grav drive? That is a good and open-ended question. Was there some life on Mars that built a grav drive long before humans came along and fucked their own atmosphere? Possible. It is a good question. Very good question. It's also possible that it just lost its atmosphere through other natural phenomena. It's also possible, well, there's questions to be asked around who made the artifacts and where they came from. What was the influence of whoever that was on creating, maybe the loss of Mars' atmosphere, or why were the artifacts created and who created them, and why are they placed where they are, deep under the ground in most places, and having to be mined out, Protheans, yeah, exactly. There's definitely some similarities there. Not too many, but enough to go. That looks kind of familiar. But then again, it's there's a certain amount of logical connection between Earth and Mars and stuff like that that you'd expect to see, because when your foundation is at least somewhat connected to Earth as it really is, the next stepping stone is Mars, inevitably. So the tie-in there is basically unavoidable. Well, not unavoidable, but it's extremely logical tie-in. So Mars was habitable millions of years before the Earth. It could have come from... Life on Earth could have come from Mars. It's vaguely theoretically possible. But again, we haven't found any life on Mars yet. Not even any whisper of evidence of it. We're beginning to find the edges of evidence of places where evidence of life might exist. But, we're not quite there yet. Really is bacon. I like the sound of that. Anyway, folks, the next few parts, we will have to pursue some side quests. We've got the Ryujin quest line, we've got the stuff going on at what's it where? I forget the name, but Paradiso to do. Cardio sounds fun at parties. So we've got a whole bunch of that to do and the side quests to cross off before we start pushing on with the next section of the main story. I don't know if that will be tomorrow or not. My other half has something going on that I am joining her for tomorrow late afternoon, so that may affect the possibility of streaming. In which case, it'll be New Year probably, or it might be tomorrow. So, that's where we are currently at. But yeah, I'm getting to the point where I need the bathroom again. So yeah, provisionally, I'm guessing it probably will be a no-go tomorrow. I definitely need to do a lot of work the next couple of days anyway, so it wouldn't be the end of the world if I didn't. You know what? We are at a good point, sort of stopping-wise, so, well, relatively. We've hit a big milestone in the journey, so I think I'm going to do the sensible thing and not leave things hanging on a maybe and if but, and we'll say, we'll call it tonight, and we'll pick things up again in the new year rather than one maybe stream tomorrow. So, yeah, I'm not going to stream tomorrow. I will focus on getting a video out. We'll see how it pans out. It might be... No, I'll have to get it done before Christmas because I added new plans to my things and such. So I'll aim to have that out at least done before Christmas. Whether or not I'll actually upload before Christmas, I don't know. What day is it today? Thursday. It might be around about the 27th-ish that I upload my next video. But I'll hopefully have it done in the next couple of days. Because Christmas Eve, Christmas Day is probably not the best. And Saturday, it may not be ready to upload by then. So, yeah, we'll have to see. So that's what I'm going to work on. I'll attempt to have one video up. Probably won't stream between now and New Year or do anything other than that. What tune is this? Oh, it's that one. It's a good one. Did I use that for... I think this is the one I used for the intro, isn't it? I don't hear it very often, so yeah. Let's skip on that. So yeah, probably won't stream between Christmas and New Year's. Got some stuff lined up and need to do a lot of work on my computer and fix it and stuff. So hopefully I'll be doing that in between, and we'll pick things up in the new year, which will likely be quite early. New Year's Day is Monday the 1st. So probably around about the 3rd-ish would be my guess. Middle of the week probably in New Year's. So just under 2 weeks from now will likely be the next stream. Thereabouts. 13 days or so. So, time for a break, I think, as it is that time of year. And I don't take anywhere near enough breaks the rest of the year. Not proper ones, anyway. So, yeah. Either way, thank you all for hanging out this year. Thank you, as always, for your continued support. I very, 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 very much appreciate it. Every single one of you. An extra sprinkling of thank yous for those of you who are channel members as well, because, yeah, you know, you don't have to do it, and I appreciate the fact you do. Yeah, so we'll take it easy. Have hopefully a good holiday yourselves. I'm intending to have a good one as well. I've got things mostly coming together. Everything's basically organised and stuff now. So yeah, a couple of days ahead. I need to wrap presents yet. That should be cool. And yeah, should be nice to have a bit of downtime. Gonna hopefully catch up with some friends and stuff as well during that time, and see fam and stuff. So it should be good. Looking forward to. So, thank you, as I say, for watching and hanging out and so on and so forth. Buttons are available down below if you would like to. Links, social media, merch, and likes and subs and on channel memberships and stuff if you would like to check all of that out. I will have to try and update some of that stuff over the Christmas period as well, maybe. Maybe I should write a note about that. Really looks like I wrote something else, but okay. My handwriting usually does do that. So yeah, in the meantime, I'm going to love you all and leave you and chill for a bit. Probably open the door because it's actually warming up in here quite a bit now. So, thank you for hanging out. Really do appreciate it as always. Have yourselves a wonderful holiday period, whether you celebrate or not. If it's just an ordinary week, have a good week. 2 weeks, whatever. And if you do celebrate, stay safe. Don't do anybody I wouldn't do. And yeah. Have fun, look after yourselves, and I will catch you all in the new year. Have a good new year as well. So, until then, thank you as always. Look after yourselves, stay safe. I'll see you next time. Night, folks. See ya.